knight, the which ye lent to me, and here is also 20 mark for your courtesy. Clse nay, for God, said Robin Hood, thou brook 859 it well for Our Lady, by her cellarer, hath sent to me my pay. Close and if I would it twice take a shame it were to me, but truly now, thou gentle knight, welcome art thou to me. Close when Robin Hood had told his tale, he laughed and made good cheer. By my troth, said the knight, your money is ready here. Close brook it well, said Robin Hood, thou gentle knight so free, and welcome be thou, gentle knight, under my trystal tree. CCLXXV but what shall these bows do, said Robin, and these arrows feathered free? With your will, then said the knight, a poor present to thee. Close come now forth, Little John, and go to my treasury, and bring me thence 400 pound, the monk overtold 860 it me. Close I have here 400 pound, thou gentle knight and true, and by thee horse and harness good, and guilty spurs all new. Close and if thou fail any spending, come to Robin Hood, and by my troth thou shalt none fail, while I have any good. Close and brook well thy 400 pound, which I lent to thee, and make thyself no more so bare, by the counsel of me. CCLXXX thus then holp him good Robin, the knight all of his care, God, that sittest in heaven high, grant us well to fare. The fifth fight how at archery in Nottingham Robin Hood was treacherously attacked, but escaped into Sir Richard's castle. Close now hath the knight his leave I take, and went him on his way, Robin Hood and his merry men dwelt still full many a day. Close ye lithe and listen, gentlemen, and hearken what I shall say, how the proud Sheriff of Nottingham, did cry a full fair play, close that all the best archers of the north should come upon a day, and he that shouldth alder best 861 the game shall bear away. Close he that shouldth alder best, furthest, fair, and law 862, at a pair of foonly 863 butts, under the greenwood shaw, CCLXXXV a right good arrow he shall have, the shaft of silver white, the head and feathers of rich red gold, in England is none like. Close this then heard good Robin, under his trystal tree, make you ready, ye white young men, that shooting will I see. Close I busk you, my merry young men, ye shall go with me, and I will weet 864 the sheriff's faith, true and if he be. Close eighth when they had their bows I bent, their tackles 865 feathered free, 70 of white young men stood by Robin's knee. Close six when they came to Nottingham, the butts were fair and long, many was the bold archer that shot with bow strong. CCXC there shall but 6 shoot with me, the other shall keep my heed, and stand with good bows bent that I be not deceived. Xi the fourth outlaw his bow gan bend, and that was Robin Hood, and that beheld the proud sheriff, all by the butt he stood. Xi thrice Robin shot about, and alway he sliced the wand, and so did good Gilbert, with the white hand. Xkeen Little John and good Scathelock were archers good and free, Little Much and good Reynold, the worst would they not be. Xiv when they had shot about, these archers fair and good, evermore was the best, forsooth, Robin Hood. CCXCV him was delivered the good arrow, for best worthy was he took the gift so courteously, to greenwood would he. Xv they cried out on Robin Hood and great horns gan they blow, woe worth the 866, treason, said Robin, full evil thou art to know. Xai and woe be thee, thou proud sheriff, thus gladding thy guest, otherwise, thou beot 867 me in yonder wild forest. Xaiath but had I thee in greenwood, under my trystal tree, thou shouldest leave me a better wed 868 than thy true lud. Xix full many a bow there was bent, and arrows let they glide, many a kirtle there was rent, and hurt full many a side. The outlaws' shot was so strong that no man might them drive. And the proud sheriff's men they fled away full bluff 869. I Robin saw the bushment 870 broke, in greenwood he would be, many an arrow there was shot among that company. I Little John was hurt full sore, with an arrow in his knee, that he might neither go nor ride, it was full great pity. Eighth Master, then said Little John, if ever thou lovest me, and for that ilk Lord's love, that died upon a tree, and for the meeds 871 of my service, that I have served thee, let never the proud sheriff alive now find of me, but take out thy brown sword, and smite all off my head and give me wounds dead 872 and wide, no life on me be left. I would not that, said Robin, John, that thou were slain, for all the gold in merry England, though it lay now on a raw 873. God forbid, said Little Much, that died on a tree, that thou shouldest, Little John, part our company. Up Robin took him on his back, and bare him well a mile, many a time he laid him down, and shot another while. Then was there a fair castell, a little within the wood, double-ditched it was about, and walled, by the rood. And there dwelt that gentle knight, Sir Richard at the lee, that Robin had lent his good, under the greenwood tree. In he took good Robin, and all his company, welcome be thou, Robin Hood, welcome art thou to me, and much I thank thee of thy comfort, and of thy courtesy, and of thy great kindness, under the greenwood tree, I love no man in all this world so much as I do thee, for all the proud sheriff of Nottingham, right here shalt thou be. Shut the gates and draw the bridge, and let no man come in, and arm you well, and make you ready, and to the walls ye win 874. For one thing, Robin, I thee beot 875, I swear by Saint Quintin, these 12 days thou wonnest 876 with me, to sup, eat, and dine. Boards were laid, and cloths spread, readily and anon, Robin Hood and his merry men to meet gan they gone. The sixth fight how Sir Richard was cast by the sheriff into prison, and rescued by Robin Hood. Lithe and listen, gentlemen, and hearken to my song, how the proud sheriff of Nottingham and men of Armes strong full fast came to the high sheriff, the country up to route 877, and they beset the knight's castell, the walls all about. The proud sheriff loud gan cry, and said, thou traitor knight, thou keepest here the king's enemies, against the law and right. Sir, I will avow that I have done, the deeds that here be died 878, upon all the lands that I have, as I am a true knight. Went forth, sirs, on your way, and doth no more to me, till ye wit our king his will what he will say to thee. The sheriff thus had his answera, without any leasing 879, forth he yet 880 to London town, all for to tell our king. There he told him of that night, and eke of Robin Hood, and also of the bold archers that were so noble and good. He would avow that he had done, to maintain the outlaws strong, he would be lord, and set you at naught, in all the North Land. I will be at Nottingham, said our king, within this fortnight, and take I will a Robin Hood, and so I will that night. Go home, thou proud sheriff, and do as I bid thee, and ordain good archers enough, of all the wide country. The sheriff had his leave I take, and went him on his way, and Robin Hood to Greenwood went upon a certain day, and Little John was whole 881 of the arrow, that shot was in his knee, and did him straight to Robin Hood, under the greenwood tree. Uct 6 Robin Hood walked in the forest under the leaves green, the proud sheriff of Nottingham thereof he had great teen. CCCXXX the sheriff there failed of Robin Hood, he might not have his prey, then he awaited this gentle knight, both by night and day. Ucthercy ever he waited that gentle knight, Sir Richard at the lee, as he went hawking by the river side, and let his hawks flee. Ucthercy took he there this gentle knight, with men of armes strong, and led him to Nottingham ward, bound both foot and Honduras. Ucthercy the sheriff swore a full great oath, by him that died on a tree, he had liefer than £100, that Robin Hood had he. Ucthercy this heard the knight's wife, a fair lady and a free, she set her on a good palfrey, to greenwood anon rode she. CCCXXXV when she came in the forest, under the greenwood tree, found she there Robin Hood and all his fair mainy. Uctherty God thee save, thou good Robin, and all thy company, for our dear lady's sake, a boon grant thou me. Uctherty I let thou never my wedded lord shamefully slain be, he is fast bound at Nottingham, for the love of thee. Uctherty anon then said good Robin, to that lady free, what man hath your lord I take? The proud sheriff, then said she. Ucthercy the proud sheriff hath him I take forsooth as I thee say, he is not yet 3 miles, past on his way. CCCXL up then started good Robin as a man that had been wood 882, busk you, my merry men, for him that died on rood. Uxley and he that this sorrow forsaketh, by him that died on a tree, and by him that all things maketh, no longer shall dwell with me. Uxley soon there were good bows y bent, more than 70, hedge nor ditch they spared none that was them before. Uxley I make mine avow to God, said Robin, the knight would I fain see, and if I may him take, I quit then shall he be. Uxlive and when they came to Nottingham, they walked in the street, and with the proud sheriff IWIS soon gan they meet. CCCXLV abide, thou proud sheriff, he said, abide and speak with me, of some tidings of our king I would fain hear of thee. Uxlv this 7 year, by dear worthy God, any yet I so fast on foot, I make mine avow to God, thou proud sheriff, it is not for thy good. Uxley I Robin bent a full good bow, an arrow he drew at will, he hit so the proud sheriff, on the ground he lay full still. Uxley and or he might up arise, on his feet to stand, he smote off the sheriff's head, with his bright brand. Uxlix lie thou there, thou proud sheriff, evil mote thou thrive, there might no man to thee trust the while thou wert alive. CCCL his men drew out their bright swords that were so sharp and keen, and laden on the sheriff's men, and drave them down bidden 883. Uckley Robin started to the knight, and cut into his band, and took 880 for him in his hand a bow, and bade him by him stand. Uckley I leave thy horse thee behind, and learn for to ren 885, thou shalt with me to greenwood, through mire, moss, and fen. Uckley thou shalt with me to greenwood, without any leasing, till that I have got us grace of Edward, our comely king. The 7th fight how the king rode out to punish Robin Hood, and how he was entertained. Uclive the king came to Nottingham, with knights in great array, for to take that gentle knight and Robin, if he may. CCCLV he asked men of that country after Robin Hood, and eke after that gentle knight that was so bold and good. Ucklevy when they had him told the case our king understood their tale, and he seized in his hand the knight's laundus all. Uckley I all the pass 886 of Lancashire he went both far and near, till he came to Plumpton Park, he failed many of his deer. Uckley there 887 our king was wont to see herds many one, he could unneth 888 find one deer that bare any good horn. Uclix the king was wonder wroth withal, and swore by the Trinity, I would I had Robin Hood, with eyes I might him see. CCCLX and he that would smite off the knight's head, and bring it unto me he shall have the knight's lands, Sir Richard at the Lee. Ucklesy I give it him with my charter, and seal it with my hand, to have and hold for evermore in all merry England. Ucklesy I then bespake a fair old knight that was true in his fay 889, ah, my liege lord the king, one word I shall you say. Ucklesy 8 there is no man in this country may have the knight's lands, while Robin Hood may ride or go, and bear a bow in his hands. Ucklesy that he any shall not lose his head, the best ball in his hood, give it no man, my lord the king, that ye will 890 any good. CCCLXV half a year dwelt our comely king in Nottingham, and more, could he not hear of Robin Hood, in what country he wore. Ucklesy but alway went good Robin by Halk 891 and eke by hill, and alway slew the king's deer, and wielded them at will. Ucklesy I then bespake a proud Forster 892, that stood by our king's knee, if ye will see good Robin Hood, ye must do after me. Ucklesy 8 take 5 of the best knights that be in your lead 893, and walk down by yon abbey, and get you monkey's weed. Ucklesy and I will be your leadsman 894, and lead you the way, and ere ye come to Nottingham mine head then dare I lay CCCLXX that ye shall meet with good Robin, alive if that he be, ere ye come to Nottingham with eyes ye shall him see. Ucklesy full hastily our king was dight, so were his knights 5. Each of them in monkey's weed, and haste thither blove. Ucklesy our king was great above his cowl, a broad hat on his crown, right as he were abbot-like, they rode into the town. Ucklesy 8 stiff boots our king had on, forsooth as I you say, singing he rode to the greenwood, the convent 895 was clothed in grey. Ucklesy his male horse 896 and his great summers followed our king behind, till they came to Greenwood a mile under the Lind 897. CCCLXXV there they met with good Robin, standing on the way, and so did many a bold archer, forsooth as I you say. Ucklesy Robin took the king's horse hastily in that steed 898, and said, Sir Abbot, by your leave, a while ye must abide. Ucklesy I we be yeomen of this forest under the greenwood tree, we live by our king's deer, none other shift have we. Ucklesy 8 and ye have churches and rents both and gold full great plenty, give us some of your spending for saint charity. Ucklesy then bespake our comely king, anon then said he, I have brought no more to Greenwood but £40 with me. CCCLXXX I have lain at Nottingham this fortnight with our king, and spent I have full much good on many a great lording 899. Ucklesy and I have but £40, no more I have with me, but if I had £100, I vouched half on thee. Ucklesy Robin took the £40, and departed it in twain, half and deal 900 he gave his men, and bade them be full fain. Ucklesy full courteously Robin gan say, Sir, this for your spending. We shall meet another day. Gramercy, said our king. Ucklesy but well thee greet Edward our king, and sent to thee his seal, and biddeth thee come to Nottingham, both to meat and meal. CCCLXXXV he took out the broad targe 901, and soon he let him see, Robin could his courtesy, and set him on his knee. Ucklesy I love no man in all the world so well as I do my king, welcome is my lord's seal, and, monk, for thy tiding. Ucklesy I Sir Abbot, for thy tidings, today thou shalt dine with me, for the love of my king, under my trystal tree. Ucklesy 8 forth he led our comely king full fair by the hand, many a deer there was slain, they were full fast tanned 902. Ucklesy Robin took a full great horn, and loud he gan blow, 7 score of white young men came ready on a row. CCCXC all they kneeled on their knee full fair before Robin, the king said himself until, and swore by Saint Austin, Uxi here is a wonder seemly sight, methinketh, by God's pine 903, his men are more at his bidding than my men be at mine. Uxki full hastily was their dinner dight, and thereto gan they gone, they served our king with all their might, both Robin and Little John. Uxkeen anon before our king was set the fat veiny sown, the good white bread, the good red wine, thereto fine ale and brown. Uxov make good cheer, said Robin Hood, Abbot, for charity and for this ilka tiding, sir, blessed mote thou be. CCCXCV now shalt thou see what life we lead, ere thou Hennes 904 went, then thou mayst inform our king, when yet together lend 905. Uxkv up they started all in haste, their bows were smartly bent, our king was never so aghast, he weened to have been shent 906. Uxkai 2 yards 907 there were upset, thereto gan they gang, by 50 paces, our king said, the marks were too lang. Uxkai on every side arose garland, they shot under the line, who fails of the garland, said Robin, his tackle he shall tine 908, Uxix and yielded unto his master, be it never so fine, for no man will I spare, he said, so drink I ale or wine, CCCC and bear a buffet on his head IWIS a right all bear and all that fell to Robin's lot he smote them wondersare. Uchi twice Robin shot about, and ever he cleft the wand, and so did eke the good Gilbert with the white hand. Ucky Little John and good Scathelock, for nothing would they spare, when they failed of the garland Robin smote them sare. Uckeen at the last shot that Robin shot, for all his friends fair, yet he failed of the garland 3 fingers and mayor. Uchiv then bespake him good Gilbert, and thus he gan him say, Master, he said, your tackle is lost, stand forth and take your pay. CCCCV if it be so, said Robin Hood, that may no better be, Sir Abbot, I deliver thee mine arrow, I pray thee, serve thou me. Uckv it falls 909 not for mine order, said our king, Robin, by thy leave, for to smite no good yeoman, for doubt I should him grieve. Uckay I smite on boldly, said Robin, I give thee large leave. Anon our king with that same word he folded up his sleeve, Uckay and such a buffet he gave Robin, to ground he yet full near, I make mine avow to God, said Robin, thou art a stalwart frere 910. Chicks there is pith in thine arm, said Robin, I trow thou canst well shoot. Thus our king and Robin Hood together then they met. CCCCX Robin beheld our comely king wistly in the face, so did Sir Richard at the lee, and knelt down in that place. Uxie and so did all the wild outlaws, when they saw them kneel, my lord the king of Engeland, now I know you will. Uxie mercy then, Robin, said our king, under your trystal tree, of thy goodness and thy grace, for my men and me. Uxie yes, for God, said Robin Hood, and also God me save. I ask mercy, my lord the king, and for my men I crave. Uxiv yes, for God, then said our king, and thereto sent I me, with that thou leave the greenwood, and all thy company, CCCCXV and come home, sir, unto my court, and there dwell with me. I make mine avow to God, said Robin, and right so shall it be. Ukt I will come unto your court, your service for to see, and bringe with me of my men 73. Ukt but me like 911 well your service, I will come again full soon, and shouldn't at the dun deer, as I am wont to doon. The 8th fight how Robin Hood lived a while at the king's court, but returned to the greenwood. Ukateen hast thou any green cloth, said our king, that thou wilt sell now to me. Yea, for God, said Robin, 30 yards and 3. Oxix Robin, said our king, now pray I thee, to sell me some of that cloth, to me and my maine. CCCCXX yes, for God, then said Robin, or else I were a fool, another day ye will me clothe, I trow, against the Yule. Uxie the king cast off his coat then, a green garment he did on, and every knight had so, iwis, they clothed them full soon. Uxie when they were clothed in Lincoln green, they cast away their grey. Now we shall to Nottingham, all thus our king gan say. Uxie their bows bent and forth they went, shooting all in fear, toward the town of Nottingham, outlaws as they were. Uxiv our king and Robin rode together forsooth as I you say, and they shot pluck buffet 912, as they went by the way, CCCCXXV and many a buffet our king won, of Robin Hood that day, and nothing spared good Robin our king in his pay. Uxie so God me help, said our king, thy game is not to leer 913, I should not get a shot of thee, though I shot all this year. Uxie all the people of Nottingham they stood and beheld, they saw nothing but mantles of green that covered all the felda. Uxie then every man to other gan say, I dread our king be slown, come Robin Hood to the town, iwis, on life he leaveth not one. Uxie full hastily they began to flee, both yeomen and knaves, the old wives that might evil go, they hipped 914 on their staves. CCCCXXX the king laughed full fast, and commanded them again, when they saw our comely king, iwis they were full fain. Uxthirsty they ate and drank, and made them glad, and sang with notes high. Then bespake our comely king to Sir Richard at the Lee, Uxthirsty he gave him there his land again, a good man he bade him be. Robin thanked our comely king, and set him on his knee. Uxthirsty Robin had dwelt in the king's court but 12 months and 3, that he had spent £100, and all his men's fee. Uxthirsty in every place where Robin came, evermore he laid down 915 both for knights and for squires, to get him great renown. CCCCXXXV by then 916 the year was all agone he had no man but twain, Little John and good Scathelock with him all for to gain. Uxthirsty Robin saw the young men shoot full far upon a day, alas, then said good Robin Hood, my wealth is went away. Uxthirsty I sometime I was an archer good, a stiff, and eke a strong, I was counted the best archer that was in merry England. Uxthirsty alas, then said good Robin Hood, alas and well away. If I dwell longer with the king, sorrow will me slay. Uxthirsty forth then went Robin Hood till he came to our king, my lord the king of England, grant me mine asking. CCCCXL I made a chapel in Barnesdale that seemly is to see, it is of Mary Magdalene, and there too would I be. Uxley I might never in this 7 night no time sleep nor wink, neither all these 7 days neither eat nor drink. Uxley me longeth sore to Barnesdale, I may not be there fro 917, barefoot and wool ward 918 I have height 919 thither for to go. Uxley if it be so, then said our king, it may no better be, 7 night I give thee leave, no longer, to dwell from me. Uxlive gramercy, Lord, then said Robin, and set him on his knee, he took his leave full courteously, to Greenwood then went he. CCCCXLV when he came to Greenwood in a merry morning, there he heard the notes small of birds merry singing. Uxlvy it is far gone, said Robin Hood, that I was latest here, me list 920 a little for to shoot at the dun deer. Uxley I Robin slew a full great hart, his horn then gan he blow, that all the outlaws of that forest that horn they couldn't know, Uxley and them together gathered in a little throw 921, 7 score of white young men came ready on a row, uxlicks and fair didn't off their hoods, and set them on their knee. Welcome, they said, our dear master, under this greenwood tree. CCCCL Robin dwelt in greenwood 20 year and 2, for all dread of Edward our king, again 922 would he not go. Uckly yet he was beguiled, IWIS, through a wicked woman, the prioress of Kirksley, that nigh was of his kin, Uckly I for the love of a knight, Sir Roger of Doncaster, that was her own special, full evil might they fare. Uckly 8th they took together their counsel Robin Hood for to sle, and how they might best do that deed, his bannus 923 for to be. Ucklib then bespake good Robin, in place where as he stood, tomorrow I must to Kirksley, craftily 924 to be letten blood. CCCCLV Sir Roger and the prioress a springe 925 for him did lay, and there they betrayed good Robin Hood, through their false play. Ucklevy Christ have mercy on his soul, that died upon the rood. For he was a good outlaw, and did poor men much good. Footnotes, 707 Meany equals retinue. 708 Lithe equals hearken. 709 Barnsdale equals a forest region between Pontefract and Doncaster. 710 Groom equals man. 711 Lest equals lust, desire. 712 Uncouth equals unknown, strange. 713 Were equals might be. 714 Alder equals of all. 715 Doubt equals fear. 716 Reeve equals plunder. 717 Force equals matter, account. 718 Husband equals husbandman. 719 Shaw equals grove. 720 Lear equals learn. 721 Far days equals late in the day. 722 The Sales equals a small farm near Pontefract. 723 Waddling Street equals the Great North Road. 724 Upchance equals perchance. 725 Died equals prepared. 726 Stern equals hidden, retired. 727 Street equals road. 728 Semblant equals aspect. 729 And set him, and see equals and knelt down. 730 Hand equals gracious. 731 Fear equals company. 732 Blythe equals near Retford. 733 Careful cheer equals sad countenance. 734 Leer equals cheek. 735 Numbles equals inwards, tripe. 736 Brier equals briar. 737 Dearworth equals precious. 738 Let equals desist. 739 Have part of the equals side with the, ad. 740 Counsel equals secret. 741 Of force equals by force. 742 Of yeomanry equals from the yeoman class. 743 A sorry husband equals a wretched manager. 744 Ochre equals usurer. 745 Lecher equals an unchanged asked man. 746 Disgrate equals fallen in fortune. 747 Kent equals new. 748 Lorn equals lost. 749 Set to wed equals put to pledge, mortgaged. 750 Told equals counted. 751 Fall of equals become of. 752 Busk equals make ready to go. 753 Raw equals row. 754 borrows equals sureties. 755 do weigh thy japs equals away with digests. 756 to equals 4. 757 shope equals created. 758 but if equals unless. 759 lap equals wrap. 760 meet equals meted, measured. 761 met equals measured. 762 palfrey equals a saddle horse. 763 teen equals trouble. 764 knave equals servant. 765 come equals came. 766 but equals unless. 767 fee equals property. 768 ilka equals same. 769 shand equals shame. 770 in my beard equals contradicting, or thwarting me. 771 deemed equals judged. 772 wonder sore equals monstrous severely. 773 until equals unto. 774 coursed equals bodied. 775 salute equals saluted. 776 shrewd equals cursed. 777 but equals if not. 778 fend equals defend. 779 phone equals foes. 780 agree equals satisfaction. 781 but I have equals unless I have. 782 canst equals knowest. 783 put myself, in press equals adventured myself. 784 release equals quittance. 785 else equals else. 786 take equals give. 787 any had not been equals had it not been for. 788 with peacock, wide-eyed equals fitted with peacock feathers. 789 lancegay equals a javelin lance. 790 his mail equals his bag or trunk. 791 rodent equals they rode. 792 wiped equals placed, fixed. 793 far and fremd bestad equals in the plight of one from far and a stranger. 794 shenda equals shame. 795 wheat equals no. 796 sheet equals shoot. 797 fet equals fetched. 798 white equals strong, brave. 799 Wunning Wayne equals usual dwelling place. 800 IWIS equals assuredly. 801 meed equals reward. 802 lut equals loyalty. 803 yet equals went. 804 livery equals allowance of food. 805 sith equals sins. 806 hind equals knave, servant. 807 lent equals gave. 808 mountenance equals extent, space. 809 fetty equals fetched. 810 mossars equals maple bowls. 811 cood equals new. 812 bidine equals in company, together. 813 tins equals tines, antlers. 814 slow equals sleigh. 815 kuer teepee equals a short coat or cloak. 816 lap equals wrap. 817 smurdy equals smart. 818 anchor equals hermit. 819 frere equals friar. 820 to morn equals tomorrow. 821 brand equals sword. 822 await equals plan, plot. 823 scathe equals harm. 824 hip equals the fruit of the wild rose. 825 trayest equals trusty. 826 that mirthes can equals that can crack a joke. 827 tray and teen equals grief and trouble. 828 a black monk equals a Benedictine. 829 wet equals wager. 830 secker and sad equals sure and steady. 831 summers equals pack horses. 832 but equals unless. 833 press equals crowd. 834 hand equals hands. 835 thrift equals thriving, luck. 836 bolt equals a blunt arrow. 837 wrathily equals quickly. 838 set, to 4 equals hit upon. 839 gan gone equals did go. 840 leaf equals glad. 841 maugre in his teeth equals in spite of him. 842 no force equals no matter. 843 ray equals striped cloth. 844 avow equals founder, patron. 845 so, mote I thee equals so may I prosper. 846 eftsoons equals soon. 847 borrowhood equals surety. 848 dame equals mother. 849 mark equals thirteens. 4d 850 mister equals need. 851 cast equals throw, as in dice. 852 hand equals gracious. 853 moot equals meeting, assembly. 854 seek equals search. 855 mail equals wallet, bag. 856 forcer equals coffer, strong box. 857 sith equals then. 858 for better cheap equals more cheaply. 859 brook equals enjoy, use. 860 overtold equals counted over. 861 alder best equals best of all. 862 law equals low. 863 foonly equals goodly. 864 wheat equals no. 865 tackles equals arrows. 866 worth thee equals be to thee. 867 beot equals didst promise. 868 wed equals pledge, security. 869 blove equals quickly. 870 bushment equals ambush. 871 meads equals wages. 872 dead equals certain, sure. 873 raw equals row. 874 win equals go, attain. 875 beot equals promise. 876 onest equals dwellest. 877 up to rout equals to assemble in a band, to call to arms. 878 died equals done, performed. 879 leasing equals lying. 880 yet equals went. 881 whole equals healed. 882 wood equals furious, mad. 883 bitten equals together. 884 took equals gave. 885 ren equals run. 886 pass equals limits, extent. 887 there equals where. 888 unneth equals scarcely. 889 fay equals faith. 890 that ye will equals to whom you wish. 891 halk equals nook, hiding place. 892 Forster equals Forester. 893 Lead equals following, retinue. 894 Leadsman equals guide. 895 Convent equals company of monks. 896 Male horse equals baggage horse. 897 Lind equals linden, lime tree. 898 Stead equals stead, place. 899 Lording equals gentleman. 900 Half and deal equals half. 901 Targe equals disc, seal. 902 Ditand equals making preparations. 903 Pine equals pain, passion. 904 Hennes equals hence. 905 Lend equals dwell. 906 Shent equals put to shame, hurt. 907 Yards equals rods. 908 Tine equals forfeit. 909 Falls equals is proper. 910 Frere equals friar. 911 But me like equals unless I like. 912 Pluck buffet equals a competition between archers, in which he who missed or failed caught a buffet from his competitor, ned. 913 Lear equals learn. 914 Hipped equals hopped, limped. 915 Laid down equals spent money. 916 By then equals by the time that. 917 Therefro equals turned from it. 918 Woolward equals in a rough woolen shirt, as penance. 919 Height equals promised. 920 Me list equals it pleases me. 921 Throw equals interval of time. 922 Again equals back. 923 Banis equals bane, destruction. 924 Craftily equals skillfully. 925 Springe equals trap. 116 Robin Hood and Guy of Gisborne I went Shaw's 926 Beansheen 927, and Shrad's 928 Full Fair, and leaves both large and lunge. Itt is merry walking in the fair forest to hear the small birds Sanjay. To the woodwheel 929 sang, and wold not cease, sitting upon the spray, so Lodi, he wakened Robin Hood, in the green wood where he lay. 3 Now by my fay, said jolly Robin, a sweven 930 I had this night, I dreamt me of 2 white 931 yemen, that fast with me can fight. 4 Methought they did me beat and binda, and took my bow me fro, if I be Robin alive in this land, I'll be reckon 932 on them tout. V Swevens are swift, master, quoth John, as the wind that blows o'er a hill, for if Itt be never so loud this night, tomorrow Itt may be still. 6 Busk 933 Ye, bound 934 Ye, my merry men all, and John shall go with me, for I'll go seek yond white yemen, in greenwood where they be. 7 They cast on them their gowns of green, and took their bows each one, and all away to the green forest a shooting forth are gone. 8 Until they came to the merry greenwood, where they had gladdest be, there were they ware of a white yemen, his body leaned to a tree. 9 A sword and a dagger he wore by his side, of many a man the bane, and he was clad in his capul hide 935 top and toggle and mane. X Stand you still, master, quoth Little John, under this trusty tree, and I will go to yond white yeoman to know his meaning trull ye. 11a. John, by me thou settest no store, and that's a farley 936 finda. How oft send I my men before, and tarry myself behinda. 12 It is no cunning a knave to ken, and a man but hear him speak, and Itt were not for bursting of my bow, John, I wold thy head break. 13 As often words they breeden bail, so they parted Robin and John is gone to Barnesdale, the gates 937 he know it esh one. 14 But when he came to Barnesdale, great heaviness there he had, for he found two of his own fellows were slain both in a slade 938. 15 And scarlet a foot he flying was fast over stock and stone, for the sheriff with 70 men fast after him is gone. 16 Yet one should should, quoth Little John, with Christ his might and main, make yon fellow that flies so fast, to stop he shall be vain. 17 Then John bent up his good yewy bow and fettled 939 him to shoot, the bow was made of a tender bough, and fell down to his foot. 18 Woe worth thee, wicked wood, said John, that ere thou grew on a tree. For now this day thou art my bale, my boot 940 when thou should be. 19 His should it was but loosely shot, yet it flew not in vain, for it met one of the sheriff's men, good William a Trent was slain. XX It had been better of William a Trent to have hanged upon a gallow, than to be that day in the greenwood to meet Little John's arrow. XXI But as it is said, when men be met five can do more than three, the sheriff hath taken Little John, and bound him fast to a tree. XXII Thou shalt be drawn by dale and down, and hanged high on a hill. But thou mayst fail, quoth Little John, if it be Christ his will. XXII Let us leave talking of Little John, and think ye of Robin Hood, how he is gone to the White Yemen, where under the leaves he stood. XXIV Good morrow, good fellow, said Robin so fair, good morrow, good fellow, quoth he, methinks by this bow thou bears in thy hand a good archer thou shouldst be. XXV I am wilful 941 of my way, quoth the Yemen, and of my morning tide 942. Ile lead thee through the wood, said Robin, good fellow, ile be thy guide. XXV I seek an outlaw, the stranger said, men call him Robin Hood, rather ild meet with that proud outlaw, than 40 pound of gold. XXVII If you two met, it wold be seen whether were better man, but let us under the leaves green some other pastime plan. XXVII Let us some other masteries 943 make among the woods so even, we may chance meet with Robin Hood here att some unset Stephen 944. XXIX They cut them down 2 summer shrigs 945, that grew both under a brier, and set them 60 rood in twinna 946 to shoot the pricks 947 Why fair? XXX led on, good fellow, quoth Robin Hood, led on, I do bid thee. Nay by my faith, good fellow, he said, my leader thou shalt be. XXXI The first good shoot that Robin led, he missed but an inch at fro, the yeoman he was an archer good, but he cold ne'er should so. XXXII The second should had the White Yemen, he showed within the garland, but Robin he shot far better than he, for he clave the good prick one day. XXXII God's blessing upon thy heart, he said, good fellow, thy shooting is good, for an thy heart be as good as thy hand, thou wert better than Robin Hood. Thursive now tell me thy name, good fellow, said he, under the leaves of Lynn 948. Nay by my faith, quoth good Robin, till thou have told me thine. XXXV I dwell by dale and down, quoth he, and Robin to take I me sworn, and when I am called by my right name I am Guy of good Gisborne. 30 My dwelling is in this wood, says Robin, by thee I set right not, I am Robin Hood of Barnesdale, whom thou so long hast sought. XXXVII He that had neither been kith nor kin, might have seen a full fair sight, to see how together these yemen went with blades both brown and bright, 38th To see how these yemen together they fought 2 hours of a summer's day, yet neither Sir Guy nor Robin Hood them fettled to fly away. 36 Robin was reachles on 949 a root, and stumbled at that tide, and Guy was quick and nimble withal, and hit him o'er the left side. XL dear lady, said Robin Hood, that art both mother and may 950, I think it was never man's destiny to die before his day. XLI Robin thought on Our Lady dear, and soon leapt up again, and straight he came with an awkward 951 stroke, and he Sir Guy hath slain. XLII he took Sir Guy's head by the hair, and sticked it on his bow's end, thou hast been traitor all thy life, which thing must have an end. Slyen Robin pulled forth an Irish knife, and nicked Sir Guy in the face, that he was never on woman born, cold tell whose head it was. XLIV says, lie there, good Sir Guy, and with me be not wroth, if thou have had the worse strokes at my hand, thou shalt have the better clothe. XLV Robin did off his gown of green, and on Sir Guy did it throw, and he put on that capul hide 952, that clad him top to toe. XLVI the bow, the arrows, and little horn, now with me I will bear, for I will away to Barnesdale, to see how my men do fare. Slay I Robin set Guy's horn to his mouth, a loud blast in it he did blow, that be heard the Sheriff of Nottingham, as he leaned under a low 953. Slay eighth hearken, hearken, said the Sheriff, I hear now tidings good, for yonder I hear Sir Guy's horn blow, and he hath slain Robin Hood. XLIX yonder I hear Sir Guy's horn blow, it blows so well in tide, and yonder comes that white yeoman, clad in his capul hide. Come hither, thou good Sir Guy, ask what thou wilt of me. Oh I will none of thy gold, said Robin, nor I will none of thy fee, but now I have slain the master, he says, let me go strike the knave, this is all the reward I ask, nor no other will I have. Thou art a madman, said the Sheriff, thou shouldest have had a knight's fee, but seeing thy asking hath been so bad, well granted it shall be. When Little John heard his master speak, well knew he it was his Stephen 954, now shall I be loosed, quoth Little John, with Christ his might in heaven. Live Robin he hied him to Little John, he thought to loose him believe 955, the Sheriff and all his company fast after him did drive. Stand a backa, said Robin Hood, why draw you me so near? It was never the use in our country, one's shrift another should hear. But Robin pulled forth an Irish knife, and loosed John hand and foot, and gave him Sir Guy's bow into his hand, and bade it be his boot. Then John he took Guy's bow in his hand, his bolts and arrows one, when the Sheriff saw Little John bend his bow, he fettled him to be gone. Laying towards his house in Nottingham town he fled full fast away, and so did all his company, not one behind wold stay. Licks but he cold neither go so fast, nor away so fast cold run, but Little John with an arrow so broad, did cleave his hurt in twinna. Footnotes, 926 Shaws equals Woods. 927 Sheen equals Bright. 928 Shrads equals Cop Ices. 929 Woodwheel equals Woodlark, Thrush. 930 Sweven equals Dream. 931 White equals Sturdy. 932 Reckon equals Revenged. 933 Busk equals Dress. 934 Bound equals Get Ready. 935 Capul Hide equals Horse Hide. 936 Farley equals Wondrous Strange. 937 Gates equals Ways, paths 938 slate equals hollow. 939 fettled equals prepared. 940 but equals help. 941 willful equals astray. 942 tide equals time of day. 943 masteries equals trials of skill. 944 unset Stephen equals time not appointed. 945 shrigs equals shrubs. 946 threescore root in twina equals 60 rods apart. 947 pricks equals marks. 948 lin equals linden. 949 reachels on equals reckless, careless of. 950 may equals made. 951 awkward equals backhanded. 952 capul hide equals horse hide. 953 low equals hillock. 954 Stephen equals voice. 955 believe equals straightway. 117 Robin Hood and the Monk I in summer, when the Shaw's 956 be Shane 957, and leaves be large and long, it is full merry in fair forest to hear the foolies song, 2 to se the deer draw to the dale, and leave the hills he, and shadow hem in the leaves green, under the greenwood tray. 3 It befell on Whitsuntide, early in a May morning, the sun up fair can shine, and the bridies merry can syng. 4 This is a merry morning, sighed Little John, bhym that died on tray, a more merry man than I am one leaves not in Christiant. V Pluck up tea herd, my dear maester, Little John can say, and thynk hit is a full fair time in a morning of May. 6 Yeah, on thyng grieves me, sighed Robin, and does my hurt mych woo, that I may not know solemn day to moss nor matines goo. 7 It is a fortnight and more, sighed he, sin I my Saviour see, today will I to Nottingham, sighed Robin, with the myght of mild Mary. 8 Then spake Moshe, the milliner's son evermore welhym bidded. Take 12 of twyght Yemen 958, well weaponed, bt side. Such on wold at selfslan 959, that 12 dar not abid. 9 Of all my merry men, sighed Robin, be my feet I will non have, but Little John shall bear my bow, till that me list to draw. X thou shall bear thin own, sighed Little John, maester, and I will bear mine, and we well sheet a penny 960, sighed Little John, under the greenwood lin 961. 11 I will not sheet a penny, said Robin Hood, in faith, Little John, with thee, but ever for on as thou sheddest, said Robin, in faith I hold a 962 the thre. 12 Thus shit they forth, these yemen too, Boda at Busk 963 and Brome, till Little John won of his maester 5 shillings to hose and shone. 13 A Furley 964 strife fell them between, as they went by the way, Little John sighed he had won 5 shillings, and Robin Hood sighed skirtly nay. 14 With that Robin Hood lead 965 Little John, and smote hym with his hand, Little John waxed wroth therewith, and pulled out his bright brand. 15 Were thou not my maester, sighed Little John, thou shouldest be hid full sore, get thee a man wher thou wilt, for thou gettest me no more. 16 Then Robin goes to Nottingham, hym self mourning alone, and Little John to marry Scarewad, the paths he knew Ilcone 966. 17 When Robin came to Nottingham, certainly withouten lane 967, he prayed to God and myld Mary to bryngHym out save again. 18 He goes into St. Mary Church, and knelt down before the road, Allah that were the church within beheld wel Robin Hood. 19 Beside Hym stod a gret heated monk, I pray to God who he be. Fuel soon he knew God Robin, as soon as he hymsexx out at the door he ran, fuel soon and anon, alle the Yadis 968 of Nottingham he made to be spart 969 Uri Chan. XXI rise up, he sighed, thou proudy scrove, busk 970 thee and make the bound 971, I have spied the king's felon, for sody he is in this town. XXII I have spied the false felon, as he stands at his masse, it is long of 972 the, seed the monk and ever he fro us passe. XXII this traitor name is Robin Hood, under the greenwood lindy, he robbed me onies of £100, hitchily never out of my mind. XXIV up then rose this proudy sheriff, and Radley 973 made Hym Yair 974, many was the motor son to the KYRK with Hym can fare. XXV in at the durs they throughly thrust 975, with staves full God won 976, alas, alas, sighed Robin Hood, now miss I Little John. XXVI but Robin took out a two-hand sword, that hanged down be his kne, there as the scurf and his men stod thickest, thitherward wold at he. XXVI thrice thorough out them he ran then, for sody as I yo say, and wounded mony a motor son, and 12 he slew that day. XXVII his sword upon the scurf head certainly he brake in two, the smith that the made, sighed Robin, I pray to God work a Hym woo. XXIX for now am I weaponless, sighed Robin, alas, again my will, but if 977 I may fle these traitors fro, I what they will me kyll. Triple X Robin into the church ran, throughout hem everken. Then word is gone to his yemen in greenwood wher they won 978. XXXI some fell in swanning as they were deed, and lay still as any stone, none of them were in Hermond but only Little John. XXXII let be your rule 979, sighed Little John, for his love that died on Trey, ye that shoulda be dug tie 980 men, het is gret shame to sexxxii our maester has bany hard bystowed and yet scaped away, pluck up your hairdis, and leave this moan 981, and hearken what I shall say. Thursive he has seared Our Lady many a day, and yet will, securely, therefore I trust in here specially no wicked death shall he die. XXXV therefore be glad, sighed Little John, and let this morning be, and I shall be the monk's guide 982, with the myght of mild Mary. 30 Then spake Moshe, the milner's son we will go but we two. And I meet Hym, sighed Little John, I trust to work a Hym woo. XXXVII loke that ye cape wel our tristal tray 983, under the levies smale 984, and spare none of this venison, that goes in Thies vale. 38 For then went these yemen too, Little John and Moshe on fear 985, and loked on Mach Amy's house 986, the highway lay full near. 36 Little John stode at a window in the morning, and loked forth at a stage 987, he was war wher the monk came riding, and with Hym a little page. XL be my faith, sighed Little John to Mach, I can the tell tithingus 988 God, isewher the monkey cummies rydyng, I know Hym be his widowed. XLI they went into the way, these Yemen Boda, as Kurt's men and hand 989, they speared 990 tithingus at the monk, as they hated Bany his friend. XLII fro whence come ye, sighed Little John, tell us tithingus, I yo pray, off a false outlay, called Robin Hood, was talkin yesterday. Slyin he robbed me and my fellows boda of 20 mark in certain, if that false outlay be talkin, for suth we wolda be fain. Xliv so did he me, sighed the monk, of £100 and more, I lady first hand hym appen, ye may thank me therefore. Xlv I pray God thank you, sighed Little John, and we will when we may, we will go with you, with your leave, and bryng yo on your way. Xlvi for Robin Hood hays many a wild fellow, I tell you in certain, if they wist ye rode this way, in feath ye shoulda be slain. Slay I as they went talking be the way, the monk, and Little John, John took the monk's horse be the hid, fuel sown, and anon. Slayeth John took the monk's horse be the head, for so de as I yo say, so did much the little page, for he shoulda not scape away. Xlix be the goal at 991 of the Hoad John pulled the monk down, John was nothing of hym agast 992, he let hym fall on his crown. Little John was sore aggrieved, and drew out his swordy in high 993, this monk saw he shoulda be dead, Lord mercy can he cry. Lee he was my maester, sighed Little John, that thou hays brought in bail 994, shally thou never come at our kyng, for to telly hym tale. Lee John smote of the monk's head, no longer wolda he dwell, so did moch the little page, for ferd 995 lest he wolda tell. Either they buried hem boda, in nouther moss nor ling, and Little John and much in fear bear the letters day to our kyng. Live when John came unto our kyng he kneeled down on his kne, God yo save, my leg Lord, Jesus yo save and se. Lv God yo save, my leg kyng. To spec John was full bolda, he gafhym the letters day in his hand, the kyng did hit unfold. Lvi the kyng read the letters day anon, and sighed, so moti the 996, there was never yeoman in merry England I long it so sore to Selviiwher is the monk that these should have brought. Our kyng can say, be my troth, sighed Little John, he died after 997 the way. Lay in the kyng gaf moch and Little John £20 in certain, and made thime yemen of the crown, and bade thime go again. Licks he gaf John the seal in hand, the sheriff for to bear, to bryng Robin hym 2, and no man do hym dear 998. Lx John took his leave at our kyng, the suth as I yo say, the next 999 way to Nottingham to take, he yed 1000 the way. Lxi when John came to Nottingham the yetis were Sparticon 1001, John called up the porter, he answered so anon. Lxii what is the cause, sighed Little John, thou sparest the yates so fast. Because of Robin Hood, sighed the porter, in Depay prison is cast. Lziath John and Moch and Wyll Scatheloke, for suth as I yo say, they slew our men upon our Wallace, and sought hen 1002 us every day. Lxiv Little John speared after the scrove, and soon he hym fond, he opined the king's prive seal, and gafhym in his hand. Lxv when the scref saw the king's seal, he did of his Hoad 1003 anon, Wher is the monk that bear the letters day. He sighed to Little John. Lxvi he is so fain of hym, sighed Little John, for so de as I yo say, he has made hym abbot of Westminster, a lord of that abbey. Lxi the scref made John God share, and gafhym wine of the best, at nyght they went to her 1004 bede, and every man to his rest. Lxiath when the scref was unsluppy, drunken of wine and ale, Little John and Moch for sody took the way unto the jail. Lxix Little John called up the jailer, and bade hym rise anon. He seed Robin Hood had broke in prison, and out of it was gone. Lxx the porter rose anon certain, as soon as he heard John Caye, Little John was ready with a sword, and bare hym to the wall. Lxxi now will I be porter, sighed Little John, and take the keys in hand. He took the way to Robin Hood, and soon he hym unbond. Lci he gaf hym a god sword in his hand, his head therewith for to cape, and there as the wall was low iced anon down can they leaping. Lci be that the cock began to crow, the day began to spryng, the scaref fond the jailier ded, the Coman bell 1005 made he ryng. Lsiv he made a cry throughout all the town, whether he be yeoman or knave, that couth bryng hym Robin Hood, his warison 1006 he should have. Lxxv for idea or never, said the scaref, come before our kyng, for if I do, I what certain for suth he will me hung. Lxi the scaref made to seek Nottingham, Boda be strit and sty 1007, and Robin was in merry scare wad, as light as leaf on lindy. Lxi I then bespake God Little John, to Robin Hood can he say, I have done thee a god turn for an evil, quit the wan thou may. Lxi I have done thee a god turn, sighed Little John, for so de as I yo say, I have brought thee under green wad lin, fair wel, and have God day. Lxix nay, be my troth, sighed Robin Hood, so shall hit never be, I make the maester, sighed Robin Hood, off all my men and me. Lxxx nay, be my troth, sighed Little John, so shall hit never be, but let me be a fellow, sighed Little John, no noter cape I be 1008. Lxi thus John gate Robin Hood out of prison, certain without in lane, when his men saw hym hall and sounda, for so they were full fain. Lxi they filled in wine, and made hem glad, under the levy's smell, and yet 1009 pastes of venison, that God was with ale. Lxi then wordy came to our kyng how Robin Hood was gone, and how the scaref of Nottingham durst never loke hym upon. Lxi then bespake our comely kyng, in an angur high, Little John Hayes bejilled the scaref, in faith so Hayes he me. Lxxxv Little John has bejilled us Boda and that full welise, or Ellis the scaref of Nottingham high hungut shulda he be. Lxi I made hem yemen of the crown, and gaf hem fee with my hand, I gaf hem grith 1010, sighed our kyng, thoroughout all merry England. Lxi I gaf them grith, then sighed our kyng, I say, so moti the, for so de saka yemen as he is on in all England are not thre. Lxi he is true to his maester, sighed our kyng, I say, be Switz John, he loves better Robin Hood than he does us a con. Lxix Robin Hood is ever bond to hym, Boda in strit and stall, spec no more of this matter, sighed our kyng, but John has bejilled us all. Xc thus endies the talking of the monk and Robin Hood I was, God, that is ever a crowned kyng, bryng us all to his bliss. Footnotes, 956 Shaws equals Woods. 957 Shane equals bright, beautiful. 958 Wyght Yemen equals sturdy yeoman. 959 Slan equals slay. 960 Sheet a penny equals shoot for a penny. 961 Lin equals linden. 962 Holda equals wager. 963 Busk equals bush. 964 Furley equals wondrous, strange. 965 Lead equals gave the light to. 966 Ilcone equals each one. 967 Lane equals concealment. 968 Yatus equals gates. 969 Spard equals bard. 970 Busk equals get ready. 971 Bound equals bound, ready. 972 Long of equals along of, i.e. thy fault. 973 Radley equals quickly. 974 Yair equals ready. 975 Throughly thrust equals pressed stubbornly. 976 God one equals good number, plenty. 977 But if equals unless. 978 One equals dwelt. 979 Rule equals taking on, lamenting. 980 Dugtai equals dowdy. 981 Moan equals moan. 982 Guide equals be the guide, take charge of. 983 Tristal tray equals trysting tree, rendezvous. 984 Smale equals small. 985 On fear equals in company. 986 Amy's house equals uncle's house. 987 At a stage equals on an upper floor. 988 Tithingus equals tidings. 989 Hand equals civil. 990 Spirit equals spired, inquired. 991 Golet equals gullet, throat. 992 Of him aghast equals alarmed about him. 993 High equals haste. 994 Bail equals harm. 995 Ferd equals fear. 996 Moti the equals I thrive. 997 After equals behind on. 998 Dear equals injury. 999 Next equals nighest. 1000 Yet equals went. 1001 Econ equals each one. 1002 Soten equals assault. 1003 Did of his hoed equals took off his hat. 1004 Her equals there. 1005 Coman bell equals town bell. 1006 Werison equals reward. 1007 Sty equals path, alley. 1008 Cape IB equals care I to be. 1009 Yet equals 8. 1010 Grith equals charter of peace. 118 Robin Hood and the Curdle Friar. But how many months be in the year? There are 13, I say. The midsummer moon is the merriest of all next to the merry month of May. In summer time, when leaves grow green, and flowers are fresh and gay, Robin Hood and his merry men were all disposed to play. 2 Then some would leap, and some would run, and some use artillery. Which of you can a good bow draw, a good archer to be? 3 Which of you can kill a buck? Or who can kill a doe? Or who can kill a heart of grease, 500 foot him fro? 4 Will Scodlock he killed a buck, and Midge he killed a doe, and Little John killed a heart of grease, 500 foot him fro. V God's blessing on thy heart, said Robin Hood, that hath shot such a shot for me. I would ride my horse 100 miles, to find a one could match with thee. 6 That caused Will Scodlock to laugh, he laughed full heartily. There lives a Curdle Friar in Fountains Abbey will beat both him and thee. 7 That Curdle Friar in Fountains Abbey well can a strong bow draw, he will beat you and your yeomen, set them all on a row. 8 Robin Hood took a solemn oath, it was by Mary Free, that he would neither eat nor drink till the friar he did see. 9 Robin Hood put on his harness good, and on his head a cap of steel, broadsword and buckler by his side, and they became him well. He took his bow into his hand, it was made of a trusty tree, with a sheaf of arrows at his belt, to the fountain's dale went he. 11 And coming unto Fountain's Dale, no further would he ride, there was he aware of a Curdle Friar, walking by the waterside. 12 The friar had on a harness good, and on his head a cap of steel, broadsword and buckler by his side, and they became him well. 13 Robin Hood lighted off his horse, and tied him to a thorn. Carry me over the water, thou curtal friar, or else thy life's forlorn. 14 The friar took Robin Hood on his back, deep water he did best ride, and spake neither good word nor bad, till he came at the other side. 15 Lightly leapt Robin Hood off the friar's back. The friar said to him again, Carry me over this water, fine fellow, or it shall breed thy pain. 16 Robin Hood took the friar on s back, deep water he did best ride, and spake neither good word nor bad, till he came at the other side. 17 Lightly leapt the friar off Robin Hood's back. Robin Hood said to him again, Carry me over this water, thou curtal friar, or it shall breed thy pain. 18 The friar took Robin Hood on's back again, and stepped up to the knee, till he came at the middle stream, neither good nor bad spake he. 19 And coming to the middle stream, there he threw Robin in, and choose thee, fine fellow, whether thou wilt sink or swim. XX Robin Hood swam to a bush of broom, the friar to a wicker wand. Bold Robin Hood is gone to shore, and took his bow in hand. XXI One of his best arrows under his belt to the friar he let fly. The curtal friar, with his steel buckler, he put that arrow by. XXII shoot on, thou fine fellow, shoot on as thou hast begun. If thou shoot here a summer's day, thy mark I will not shun. XXII Robin Hood shot passing well, till his arrows all were gone. They took their swords and steel bucklers, and fought with might and main. XXIV From 10 oth clock that day, till 4 ith afternoon, then Robin Hood came to his knees, of the friar to beg a boon. XXV a boon, thou curtal friar. I beg it on my knee, give me leave to set my horn to my mouth, and to blow blasts 3. XXVI That will I do, said the curtal friar. Of thy blasts I have no doubt, I hope thou lt blow so passing well till both thy eyes fall out. XXVII Robin Hood set his horn to his mouth, he blew but blasts 3. 100 yeomen, with bows bent, came raking 1011 over the lea. XXVII Whose men are these, said the friar, that come so hastily? These men are mine, said Robin Hood. Friar, what is that to thee? XXIX a boon, said the curtal friar, the like I gave to thee. Give me leave to set my fist to my mouth, and to hew't 1012 what's 3. XXX That will I do, said Robin Hood, or else I were to blame. 3 What's in a friar's fist would make me glad and fain. XXXI The friar he set his fist to his mouth, and what's 3. 100 good bandogs came running the friar unto. XXXII Here's for every man of thine a dog, and I myself for thee. Nay, by my faith, quoth Robin Hood, friar, that may not be. XXXII 2 dogs at once to Robin Hood did go, one behind, the other before. Robin Hood's mantle of Lincoln green off from his back they tore. Thursive and whether his men shot east or west, or they shot north or south, the curtal dogs, so taught they were, they kept their arrows in their mouth. XXXV Take up thy dogs, said Little John, friar, at my bidding be. Whose man art thou, said the curtal friar, comes here to prate with me? 30 I am Little John, Robin Hood's man, friar, I will not lie, if thou take not up thy dogs soon, I'll take up them and thee. XXXVII Little John had a bow in his hand, he shot with might and main, soon half a score of the friar's dogs lay dead upon the plain. 38 Hold thy hand, good fellow, said the curtal friar, thy master and I will agree, and we will have new orders taken, with all the haste that may be. 6 If thou wilt forsake fair Fountains Dale, and Fountains Abbey free, every Sunday throughout the year, a noble shall be thy fee. XL And every holy day throughout the year, changed shall thy garment be, if thou wilt go to fair Nottingham, and there remain with me. XLI This Curtal Friar had kept Fountains Dale 7 long years or more, there was neither knight, lord, nor earl could make him yield before. Footnotes: 1011 Raking equals advancing. 1012 Hwyoot equals whistle. 119 Robin Hood and the Butcher I come, all you brave gallants, and listen a while, that are in the bowers within, for of Robin Hood, that archer good, a song I intend for to sing. 2 Upon a time it chanced so bold Robin in forest did spy a jolly butcher, with a bonny fine mare, with his flesh to the market did hie. 3 Good morrow, good fellow, said jolly Robin, what food hast, tell unto me, and thy trade to me tell, and where thou dost dwell, for I like well thy company. 4 The butcher he answered jolly Robin, no matter where I dwell, for a butcher I am, and to Nottingham I am going, my flesh to sell. What price thy flesh, said jolly Robin, come, tell it soon unto me, and the price of thy mare, be she never so dear, for a butcher fain would I be. 6 The price of my flesh, the butcher replied, I soon will tell unto thee, with my bonny mare, and they are not dear, 4 mark thou must give unto me. 7 4 mark I will give thee, saith jolly Robin, 4 mark it shall be thy fee, thy money come count, and let me mount, for a butcher I fain would be. 8 Now Robin he is to Nottingham gone, his butcher's trade for to begin, with good intent, to the sheriff he went, and there he took up his inn. 9 When other butchers they opened their meat, bold Robin he then begun, but how for to sell he knew not well, for a butcher he was but young. When other butchers no meat could sell, Robin got both gold and fee, for he sold more meat for 1 penny than others could do for 3. 11 But when he sold his meat so fast, no butcher by him could thrive, for he sold more meat for 1 penny than others could do for 5. 12 Which made the butchers of Nottingham to study as they did stand, saying, surely he was some prodigal, that had sold his father's land. 13 The butchers they stepped to jolly Robin, acquainted with him for to be, come, brother, one said, we be all of one trade, come, will you go dine with me? 14 Accursed of his heart, said jolly Robin, that a butcher doth deny. I will go with you, my brethren true, and as fast as I can hie. 15 But when to the sheriff's house they came, to dinner they hied apace, and Robin Hood he the man must be before them all to say grace. 16 Pray God bless us all, said jolly Robin, and our meat within this place, a cup of sack good, to nourish our blood, and so I do end my grace. 17 Come fill us more wine, said jolly Robin, let us merry be while we do stay, for wine and good cheer, be it never so dear, I vow I the reckoning will pay. 18 Come, brothers, be merry, said jolly Robin, let us drink, and never give o'er, for the shot I will pay, ere I go my way, if it cost me £5 and more. 19 This is a mad blade, the butchers then said, says the sheriff, he's some prodigal, that his land has sold, for silver and gold, and meaneth to spend it all. Hast thou any horn beasts, the sheriff inquired, good fellow, to sell unto me? Yea, a plenty I have, good master sheriff, I have hundreds 2 or 3. XXI and 100 acre of good free land, and it please you go for to see, and I'll make you as good assurance of it as ever my father made me. XXII The sheriff he saddled a good palfrey, with £300 in gold, and away he went with bold Robin Hood, his horned beasts to behold. XXIII away then the sheriff and Robin did ride, to the forest of merry Sherwood. Then the sheriff did say, God bless us this day from a man they call Robin Hood. XXIV but when that a little further they came, bold Robin he chanced to spy 100 head of the good red deer, come tripping the sheriff full nigh. XXV how like you my horned beasts, master sheriff? They be fat and fair for to see, I tell thee, good fellow, I would I were gone, for I like not thy company. XXVI then Robin he set his horn to his mouth, and blew but blasts 3, then quickly anon there came Little John, and all his company. XXVII what is your will? Then said Little John, good master come tell it to me, I have brought hither the sheriff of Nottingham, this day to dine with thee. XXVII he is welcome to me, then said Little John, I hope he will honestly pay, I know he has gold, if it be but well told, will serve us to drink a whole day. XXIX Robin Hood took his mantle from his back, and laid it upon the ground, and out of the sheriff's portmantle he told £300. XXX then Robin he brought him thorough the wood, set him on his dapple grey, O have me commended, good sir, to your wife. So Robin went laughing away. 120 Robin Hood and the Bishop of Hereford I come, gentlemen all, and listen a while, a story I'll to you unfold how Robin Hood served the bishop, when he robbed him of his gold. 2 As it befell in merry Barnesdale, and under the greenwood tree, the Bishop of Hereford was to come by, with all his company. 3 Come, kill a venison, said bold Robin Hood, come, kill me a good fat deer, the bishop's to dine with me today, and he shall pay well for his cheer. 4 We'll kill a fat venison, said bold Robin Hood, and dressed he by the highway side, and narrowly watch for the bishop, lest some other way he should ride. He dressed himself up in shepherd's attire, with 6 of his men also, and the Bishop of Hereford came thereby, as about the fire they did go. 6 What matter is this, said the bishop, or for whom do you make this ado? Or why do you kill the king's venison, when your company is so few? 7 We are shepherds, said bold Robin Hood, and we keep sheep all the year, and we are disposed to be merry this day, and to kill of the king's fat deer. 8 You are brave fellows, said the bishop, and the king of your doings shall know, therefore make haste, come along with me, for before the king you shall go. 9 O pardon, says bold Robin Hood, O pardon, I thee pray. For it never becomes your lordship's code to take so many lives away. X No pardon, the bishop says, no pardon I thee oh, therefore make haste, come along with me, for before the king you shall go. 11 Robin set his back against a tree, and his foot against a thorn, and from underneath his shepherd's coat he pulled out a bugle horn. 12 He put the little end to his mouth, and a loud blast did he blow, till 70 of bold Robin's men came running all on a row, 13 all making obeisance to bold Robin Hood. 'Twas a comely sight for to see. What matter, my master, said Little John, that you blow so hastily? 14 Oh here is the Bishop of Hereford, and no pardon we shall have. Cut off his head, master, said Little John, and throw him into his grave. 15 Oh pardon, said the bishop, oh pardon, I thee pray. For if I had known it had been you, I'd have gone some other way. 16 No pardon, said Robin Hood, no pardon I thee oh, therefore make haste, come along with me, for to merry Barnesdale you shall go. 17 Then Robin has taken the bishop's hand and led him to merry Barnesdale, he made him to stay and sup with him that night, and to drink wine, beer, and ale. 18 Call in the reckoning, said the bishop, for methinks it grows wondrous high. Lend me your purse, Bishop, said Little John, and I'll tell you by and by. 19 Then Little John took the bishop's cloak, and spread it upon the ground, and out of the bishop's portmanteau he told £300. XX So now let him go, said Robin Hood. Said Little John, that may not be, for I vow and protest he shall sing us a mass before that he go from me. XXI Robin Hood took the bishop by the hand, and bound him fast to a tree, and made him to sing a mass, God wot, to him and his yeoman dry. XXII Then Robin Hood brought him through the wood and caused the music to play, and he made the bishop to dance in his boots, and they set him on dapple grey, and they gave the tail within his hand and glad he could so get away. 121 Robin Hood and Allan a Dale I come listen to me, you gallants so free, all you that love mirth for to hear, and I will you tell of a bold outlaw, that lived in Nottinghamshire. 2 As Robin Hood in the forest stood, all under the greenwood tree, there was he ware of a brave young man, as fine might be. 3 The youngster was clothed in scarlet red, in scarlet fine and gay, and he did frisk it over the plain, and chanted a roundelay. 4 As Robin Hood next morning stood, amongst the leaves so gay, there did he espy the same young man come drooping along the way. The scarlet he wore the day before, it was clean cast away, and every step he fetched a sigh, alack, and a well-a-day. 6 Then stepped forth brave Little John, and much the miller's son, which made the young man bend his bow, when as he saw them come. 7 Stand off, the young man said, what is your will with me? You must come before our master straight, under yon greenwood tree. 8 And when he came bold Robin before, Robin asked him courteously, O hast thou any money to spare, for my merry men and me? 9 I have no money, the young man said, but 5 shillings and a ring, and that I have kept this 7 long years, to have it at my wedding. Yesterday I should have married a maid, but she is now from me ta'en, and chosen to be an old knight's delight, whereby my poor heart is slain. 11 What is thy name? Then said Robin Hood, come tell me, without any fail. By the faith of my body, then said the young man, my name it is Allan a Dale. 12 What wilt thou give me, said Robin Hood, in ready gold or fee, to help thee to thy true love again, and deliver her unto thee? 13 I have no money, then quoth the young man, no ready gold nor fee, but I will swear upon a book thy true servant for to be. 14 But how many miles to thy true love? Come tell me without any guile. By the faith of my body, then said the young man, it is but 5 little mile. 15 Then Robin he haste over the plain, he did neither stint nor lin 1013, until he came unto the church where Allan should keep his wedding. 16 What dost thou do here? The bishop he said, I prithee now tell to me. I am a bold harper, quoth Robin Hood, and the best in the north country. 17 O welcome, the bishop he said, that music best pleaseth me. You shall have no music, quoth Robin Hood, till the bride and the bridegroom I see. 18 With that came in a wealthy knight, which was both grave and old, and after him a finikin lass, did shine like glistering gold. 19 This is no fit match, quoth bold Robin Hood, that you do seem to make here, for since we are come unto the church, the bride she shall choose her own dear. XX Then Robin Hood put his horn to his mouth, and blew blasts 2 or 3, when 24 bowmen bold come leaping over the lea. XXI And when they came into the churchyard, marching all on a row, the first man was Allan a Dale, to give bold Robin his bow. XXII This is thy true love, Robin he said, young Allan, as I hear say, and you shall be married at this same time, before we depart away. XXII That shall not be, The bishop he said, for thy word it shall not stand, they shall be 3 times asked in the church, as the law is of our land. XXIV Robin Hood pulled off the bishop's coat, and put it upon Little John, by the faith of my body, then Robin said, this cloth doth make thee a man. XXV When Little John went into the choir, the people began for to laugh, he asked them 7 times in the church, least 3 should not be enough. XXVI Who gives me this maid? Then said Little John, quoth Robin, that do I. And he that doth take her from Allen a Dale full dearly he shall her buy. XXVII And thus having ended this merry wedding the bride loo night as fresh as a queen, and so they returned to the merry green wood, amongst the leaves so green. Footnotes, 1013 Lin equals stop. 122 Robin Hood and the widow's 3 sons. There are 12 months in all the year, as I hear many men say, but the merriest month in all the year is the merry month of May. 2 Now Robin Hood is to Nottingham gone, with a link a down and a day, and there he met a silly old woman, was weeping on the way. 3 What news, thou silly old woman? What news hast them for me? Said she, there's 3 squires in Nottingham town today is condemned to die. 4 Oh have they parishes burnt, he said, or have they ministers slain? Or have they robbed any virgin, or other men's wives have ta'en? They have no parishes burnt, good sir, nor yet have ministers slain, nor have they robbed any virgin, nor other men's wives have ta'en. 6 Oh what have they done? Said bold Robin Hood, I pray thee tell to me. It's for slaying of the king's fallow deer, bearing their long bows with thee. 7 Dost thou not mind, old woman, he said, since thou made me sup and dine? By the truth of my body, quoth bold Robin Hood, you could tell it in no better time. 8 Now Robin Hood is to Nottingham gone, with a link a down and a day, and there he met with a silly old palmer, was walking along the highway. 9 What news, thou silly old man? What news, I do thee pray? Said he, 3 squires in Nottingham town are condemned to die this day. Come change thy apparel with me, old man, come change thy apparel for mine, here is 40 shillings in good silver, go drink it in beer or wine. 11 Oh thine apparel is good, he said, and mine is ragged and torn, wherever you go, wherever you ride, laugh ne'er an old man to scorn. 12 Come change thy apparel with me, old churl, come change thy apparel with mine, here are 20 pieces of good broad gold, go feast thy brethren with wine. 13 Then he put on the old man's hat, it stood full high on the crown, the first bold bargain that I come at, it shall make thee come down. 14 Then he put on the old man's cloak, was patched black, blue, and red, he thought no shame, all the day long, to wear the bags of bread. 15 Then he put on the old man's breeks, was patched from belup 1014 to side, by the truth of my body, bold Robin can say, this man loved little pride. 16 Then he put on the old man's hose, were patched from knee to wrist, by the truth of my body, said bold Robin Hood, I'd laugh if I had any list 1015. 17 Then he put on the old man's shoes, were patched both beneath and abone, then Robin Hood swore a solemn oath, it's good habit that makes a man. 18 Now Robin Hood is to Nottingham gone, with a link a down and a down, and there he met with the proud sheriff, was walking along the town. 19 Oh save, oh sheriff, he said, oh save, and you may see. And what will you give to a silly old man today will your hangman be? XX Some suits, the sheriff he said, some suits I'll give to thee, some suits, and pence 13 today's a hangman's fee. XXI Then Robin he turns him round about, and jumps from stock to stone, by the truth of my body, the sheriff he said, that's well jumped, thou nimble old man. XXII was ne'er a hangman in all my life, nor yet intends to trade, but cursed be he, said bold Robin, that first a hangman was made. XXII I've a bag for meal, and a bag for malt, and a bag for barley and corn, a bag for bread, and a bag for beef, and a bag for my little small horn. XXIV I have a horn in my pocket, I got it from Robin Hood, and still when I set it to my mouth, for thee it blows little good. XXVO win thy horn, thou proud fellow, of thee I have no doubt, I wish that thou give such a blast till both thy eyes fall out. XXVI the first loud blast that he did blow, he blew both loud and shrill, 150 of Robin Hood's men came riding over the hill. XXVII the next loud blast that he did give, he blew both loud and amain, and quickly 60 of Robin Hood's men came shining over the plain. XXVIII who are yon, the sheriff he said, come tripping over the lea. They're my attendants, brave Robin did say, they'll pay a visit to thee. XXIX they took the gallows from the slack 1016, they set it in the glen, they hanged the proud sheriff on that, and released their own 3 men. Footnotes, 1014 Belup equals front, or flap. 1015 List equals inclination, desire for it. 1016 Slack equals hollow, dell. 123 Robin Hood's golden prize I have heard talk of bold Robin Hood, and of brave Little John, of Friar Tuck, and Will Scarlet, Locksley, and Maid Marian. 2 But such a tale as this before I think there was never none, for Robin Hood disguised himself, and to the wood is gone. 3 Like to a friar bold Robin Hood was accoutred in his array, with hood, gown, beads, and crucifix, he passed upon the way. 4 He had not gone miles 2 or 3, but it was his chance to spy 2 lusty priests, clad all in black, come riding gallantly. V benedicit, then said Robin Hood, some pity on me take, cross you my hand with a silver groat, for our dear lady's sake. 6 For I have been wandering all this day, and nothing could I get, not so much as one poor cup of drink, nor bit of bread to eat. 7 By my holy dame, the priests replied, we never a penny have, for we this morning have been robbed, and could no money save. 8 I am much afraid, said bold Robin Hood, that you both do tell a lie, and now before that you go hence, I am resolved to try. 9 When as the priests heard him say so, they rode away amain, but Robin betook him to his heels, and soon overtook them again. Then Robin Hood laid hold of them both, and pulled them down from their horse. O spare us, friar, the priests cried out, on us have some remorse. 11 You said you had no money, quoth he, wherefore without delay we 3 will fall down on our knees, and for money we will pray. 12 The priests they could not him gainsay, but down they kneeled with speed, send us, O send us, then quoth they, some money to serve our need. 13 The priests did pray with mournful cheer, sometimes their hands did wring, sometimes they wept and cried aloud, whilst Robin did merrily sing. 14 When they had prayed an hour's space, the priests did still lament, then quoth bold Robin, now let's see what money heaven hath us sent. 15 We will be sharers all alike of the money that we have, and there is never a one of us that his fellows shall deceive. 16 The priests their hands in their pockets put, but money would find none. We'll search ourselves, said Robin Hood, each other, one by one. 17 Then Robin took pains to search them both, and he found good store of gold, 500 pieces presently upon the grass was told. 18 Here's a brave show, said Robin Hood, such store of gold to see. And you shall each one have a part, cause you prayed so heartily. 19 He gave them £50 a piece, and the rest for himself did keep. The priests they durst not speak one word, but they sighed wondrous deep. With that the priests rose up from their knees, and thought to have parted so. Nay, stay, said Robin Hood, one thing more I have to say ere you go. You shall be sworn, said Robin Hood, upon this holy grass, that you will never tell lies again, which way soever you pass. The second oath that you here must take, all the days of your lives you never shall tempt maids to sin, nor covet other men's wives. The last oath you shall take, it is this, be charitable to the poor, say you have met with a holy friar, and I desire no more. He set them upon their horses again, and away then they did ride, and he returned to the merry greenwood, with great joy, mirth and pride. 124 The noble fisherman or Robin Hood's preferment in summer time, when leaves grow green, when they do grow both green and long, of a bold outlaw called Robin Hood it is of him I sing this song. 2 When the lily leaf and the elephant 1017 doth bud and spring with a merry good cheer, this outlaw was weary of the woodside, and chasing of the fallow deer. 3 The fisherman brave more money have than any merchant, 2 or 3, therefore I will to Scarborough go, that I a fisherman brave may be. 4 This outlaw called his merry men all, as they sate under the greenwood tree, if any of you have gold to spend, I pray you heartily spend it with me. Now, quoth Robin, Ile to Scarborough go, it seems to be a very fair day. He took up his inn at a widow woman's house, hard by upon the water grey. 6 Who asked of him, where wert thou born? Or tell to me, where dost thou fare? I am a poor fisherman, saith he then, this day entrapped all in care. 7 What is thy name, thou fine fellow? I pray thee heartily tell to me, in mine own country where I was born, men called me Simon over the Lea. 8 Simon, Simon, said the good wife, I wish thou mayest well brook 1018 thy name. The outlaw was ware of her courtesy, and rejoiced he had got such a dame. 9 Simon, wilt thou be my man? And good round wages I'll give thee, I have as good a ship of mine own as any sail upon the sea. Anchors and planks thou shalt want none, masts and ropes that are so long, and if that you thus furnish me, said Simon, nothing shall go wrong. 11 They plucked up anchor, and away did sail, more of a day than 2 or 3, when others cast in their baited hooks, the bare lines into the sea cast he. 12 It will be long, said the master then, ere this great lubber do thrive on the sea. I'll assure you he shall have no part of our fish, for in truth he is of no part worthy. 13 Oh woe is me, said Simon then, this day that ever I came here. I wish I were in Plumpton Park, in chasing of the fallow deer. 14 For every clown laughs me to scorn, and they by me set not at all. If I had them in Plumpton Park, I would set as little by them all. 15 They plucked up anchor, and away did sail, more of a day than 2 or 3, but Simon spied a ship of war, that sailed towards them most valorously. 16 Oh woe is me, said the master then, this day that ever I was born. For all our fish we have got today is every bit lost and forlorn. 1019. 17 For your French robbers on the sea, they will not spare of us one man, but carry us to the coast of France, and leg us in the prison strong. 18 But Simon said, Do not fear them, neither, master, take you no care, give me my bent bow in my hand, and never a Frenchman will I spare. 19 Hold thy peace, thou long lubber, for thou art not but brags and boast. If I should cast thee overboard, there were nothing but a lubber lost. Simon grew angry at these words, and so angry then was he that he took his bent bow in his hand, and to the ship hatch goeth he. XXI master, tie me to the mast, saith he, that at my mark I may stand fair, and give me my bended bow in my hand, and never a Frenchman will I spare. XXII he drew his arrow to the very head, and drew it with all might and main, and straightway, in the twinkling of an eye, to the Frenchman's heart the arrow did gain. XXIII the Frenchman fell down on the ship hatch, and under the hatches down below, another Frenchman that him espied the dead core into the sea doth throw. XXIV O master, loose me from the mast, and for them all take you no care, and give me my bent bow in my hand, and never a Frenchman will I spare. XXV then straight they did board the Frenchman's ship, they lying all dead in their sight, they found within the ship of war £12,000 of money bright. XXVI one half of the ship, said Simon then, I'll give to my dame and children small, the other half of the ship I'll bestow on you that are my fellows all. XXVII but now bespake the master then, for so, Simon, it shall not be, for you have won her with your own hand, and the owner of it you shall be. XXVII it shall be so, as you have said, and, with this gold, for the oppressed an habitation I will build, where they shall live in peace and rest. Footnotes, 1017 elephant equals a weed of the scabious order. 1018 brook equals enjoy, or earn the name of Simon, as a fisherman. 1019 forlorn equals lost. 125 The death of Robin Hood I when Robin Hood and Little John down went o'er yon bank of Broom, said Robin Hood bold to Little John, we have shot for many a pound hay, down. 2 But I am not able to shoot one shot more, my broad arrows will not flee, but I have a cousin lives down below, please God, she will bleed me. 3 I will never eat nor drink, he said, nor meat will do me good, till I have been to Mary Kirklees my veins for to let blood. 4 The Dame Prior is my aunt's daughter, and nigh unto my kin, I know she will do me no harm this day, for all the world to win. V That I read 1020 not, said Little John, Master, by th assent of me, without 50 of your best bowmen you take to go with ye. 6 And thou be afeard, thou Little John, at home I read thee be. And you be wroth, my dear master you shall never hear more of me. 7 Now Robin is gone to Mary Kirklees and knocked upon the pin, up then rose Dame Prioress and let good Robin in. 8 Then Robin gave to Dame Prioress £20 in gold, and bade her spend while that did last, she shall have more when she wold. 9 Will you please to sit down, cousin Robin, and drink some beer with me? No, I will neither eat nor drink till I am blooded by thee. X down Then came Dame Prioress down she came in that ilk 1021, with a pair of blood irons in her hands, were wrapped all in silk. 11 Set a chafing dish to the fire, she said, and strip thou up thy sleeve. I hold him but an unwise man that will no warning leave 1022. 12 She laid the blood irons to Robin's vein, alack, the more pit ye. And pierced the vein, and let out the blood that full red was to see. 13 And first it bled the thick blood, and afterwards the thin, and well then wist good Robin Hood treason there was within. 14 And there she blooded bold Robin Hood while one drop of blood would run, there did he bleed the livelong day, until the next at noon. 15 He bethought him then of a casement there, being locked up in the room, but was so weak he could not leap, he could not get him down. 16 He bethought him then of his bugle horn, that hung low down to his knee, he set his horn unto his mouth, and blew out weak blasts 3. 17 Then Little John he heard the horn where he sat under a tree, I fear my master is now near dead, he blows so wearily. 18 Little John is gone to Mary Kirklees, as fast as he can dree, and when he came to Mary Kirklees, he broke locks 2 or 3, 19 until he came bold Robin to see, then he fell on his knee, a boon, cries Little John, Master, I beg of thee. XX What is that boon, said Robin Hood, Little John, thou begs of me. It is to burn fair Kirklees Hall, and all there none are ye. XXI now nay, quoth Robin Hood, that boon I'll not grant thee, I never hurt woman in all my life, nor men in their company. XXII I never hurt maid in all my time, nor at mine end shall it be, but give me my bent bow in my hand, and a broad arrow I'll let flee, and where this arrow is taken up there shall my grave digged be. XXII but lay me a green sod under my head, and another at my feet, and lay my bent bow at my side, which was my music sweet, and make my grave of gravel and green, which is most right and meet. XXIV let me have length and breadth enough, and under my head a sod, that they may say when I am dead, here lies bold Robin Hood. Footnotes, 1020 read equals advise. 1021 in that ilk equals in that same moment, then and there. 1022 leave equals believe. Book 6 126. Durham Field I lordings, listen, and hold you still, hearken to me a spell, I shall you tell of the fairest battle that ever in England befell. 2 It befell in Edward the Third's days, when in England he wear the crown, that all the chief chivalry of England they busked 1023 and made them bound 1024. 3 They have chosen all the best archers that in England might be found, and all was to fight with the King of France, within a little stounda 1025. 4 And when our King was over the water, and on the salt sea gone, then tidings into Scotland came that all England was gone. Bows and arrows they all were forth, at home was not left a man but shepherds and millers both, and priests with shaven crowns. 6 Then the King of Scots in a study stood, as he was a man of great might, he sware he would hold his parliament in leave 1026 London, if he cold ride there right. 7 Then bespake a squire, of Scotland born, and said, My liege, ha peace, before you come to leave London, full sore you rue that race. 8 There been bold yeomen in merry England, husbandmen stiff and strong, sharp swords they done wear, barren bows and arrows lunge. 9 The king was angry at that word, a long sword out he drew, and there before his royal company his own squire he slew. Hard Hansel 1027 had the Scots that day, that wrought them woe enough, for a Scot then durst not speak a word for hanging att about. 11 The Earl of Anguish 1028, where art thou? In my coat armour thou shalt be, and thou shalt lead the forward thorough the English country. 12 Take thee York, then said the king, instead whereas it doth stand, make thy eldest son after thee heir of all Northumberland. 13 The Earl of Buchan, where be ye? In my coat armour thou shalt be, the high peak and all Derbyshire I give it thee to thy fee. 14 The famous Douglas then came in, says, What shall my meed be? And I will lead the vanward, Lord, thorough the English country. 15 Take thee Worcester, said the king, Tewkesbury, Killingworth, Burton on Trent, do thou not say another day but I gave thee lands and rent. 16 Sir Richard of Edenborough, where are ye? A wise man in this war. I'll give thee Bristow and the Shire the time that we come there. 17 Thou, my Lord Neville, where art thou? Thou must in this wars be, I'll give thee Shrewsbury, says the king, and Coventry fair and free. 18 My Lord of Hambleton 1029, where art thou? Thou art of my kin full nigh, I'll give thee Lincoln and Lincoln's hire, and that's enough for thee. 19 By then came in William Douglas, as bream 1030 as any bore, he kneeled him down upon his knees, in his heart he sighed sore. XX I have served you, my lovely liege, this 30 winters and 4, and in the Scottish marches have been wounded and beaten sore. XXI for all the good service that I have done, what now shall my meed be? And I will lead the vanward thorough the English country. XXII now ask on, Douglas, said the king, and granted it shall be. Why then, I ask little London, says Douglas, gotten gyp that it be. XXII the king was wroth, and rose away, says, nay, that cannot be. For that I will keep for my chief chamber, gotten gyp that it be. XXIV but take thee North Wales and Westchester, the country all round about, and rewarded thou shalt be, of that take thou no doubt. XXV 50 knights he made on a day, and dubbed them with his hands, rewarded them right worthily with the towns in merry England. XXVI and when the fresh knights they were made, to battle they busk 1031 them bound 1032, James Douglas he went before, and he thought to have wonnen him shoon. XXVII but they were met in a morning of May with the commonalty of Little England, but there scaped never a man away, through the might of Christ's hand. XXVII but all onely James Douglas, in Durham in the feld an arrow stroke him in the thigh, fast flings he towards the king. XXIX the king looked toward Little Durham, says, all things is not well. For James Douglas bears an arrow in his thigh, the head of it is of steel. XXX how now, James, then said the king, how now, how may this be? And where been all thy merrymen that thou took hence with thee? XXXI but cease, my king, says James Douglas, alive is not left a man. Now by my faith, says the King of Scots, that gate was evil gone. XXXII but I'll revenge thy quarrel well, and of that thou may be fain, for one Scot will beat 5 Englishmen, if they meeten them on the plain. XXXII now hold your tongue, says James Douglas, for in faith that is not so, for one Englishman is worth 5 Scots, when they meeten together though 1033. Thursive for they are as eager men to fight as a falcon upon a prey, alas, if ever they win the vanward, there scapes no man away. XXXVO peace thy talking, said the king, they be but English knaves, but shepherds and millers both, and priests with their staves. 30 The king sent forth one of his heralds of armes to view the Englishmen, be of good cheer, the herald said, for against one we be 10. XXXVII who leads those lads, said the King of Scots, thou herald, tell thou me, the herald said, the Bishop of Durham is captain of that company. 38 For the bishop hath spread the king's banner, and to battle he busks him bound, I swear by St. Andrew's bones, says the king, I'll rap that priest on the crown. 36 The king looked towards Little Durham, and that he well beheld, that the Earl Percy was well armed, with his battle axe on trade the field. XL The king looked again towards Little Durham, for ancients 1034 there saw he, there were 2 standards, 6 in a valley, he could not see them with his eye. XLI My Lord of York was one of them, my Lord of Carlisle was the other, and my Lord Fitzwilliams, the bishop came with the other. XLII The Bishop of Durham commanded his men, and shortly he them bade, that never a man should go to fight till he had served his God. Slyeen 500 priests said mass that day in Durham in the field, and afterwards, as I hard say, they bear both spear and shield. XLIV The bishop orders himself to fight, with his battle axe in his hand, he said, this day now I will fight as long as I can stand. XLV And so will I, said my Lord of Carlisle, in this fair morning gay, and so will I, said my Lord Fitzwilliams, for Mary, that mild May 1035. XLVIR English archers bent their bows shortly and anon, they shot over the Scottish host and scantly touched a man. Slay I hold down your hands, said the Bishop of Durham, my archers good and true. The second shoot that they shot, full sore the Scots it rue. Slayeth the Bishop of Durham spoke on high, that both parties might hear, be of good cheer, my merrymen all, they flyen and changen their cheer. XLIX but as they saidden, see they didn't, they fell on heaps high, our Englishmen laid on with their bows, as fast as they might dree. The King of Scots in a study stood amongst his company, an arrow stoke him thorough the nose, and thorough his armour eye. The king went to a marsh side and light beside his steed, he leaned him down on his sword hilts, to let his nose bleed. There followed him a yeoman of merry England, his name was John of Copeland, yield thee, traitor, says Copeland then, thy life lies in my hand. Lii how should I yield me, says the king, and thou art no gentleman. No, by my troth, says Copeland there, I am but a poor yeoman. Live what art thou better than I, Sir King? Tell me if that thou can. What art thou better than I, Sir King, now we be but man to man? The king smote angrily at Copeland, angrily in that stond, then Copeland was a bold yeoman, and bore the king to the ground. He set the king on a palfrey, himself upon a steed, he took him by the bridle rein, towards London he can him lead. And when to London that he came, the king from France was come home, and there unto the King of Scots he said these words anon laine how like you my shepherds and my millers? My priests with shaven crowns. By my fate, they are the sorest fighters that ever I met on the ground. Licks there was never a yeoman in merry England but was worth a Scottish knight. By my troth, said King Edward, and laugh, for you fought all against the right. But now the Prince of merry England, worthily under his shielde, hath taken captive the King of France, at Poitiers in the field. The Prince did present his father with the lovely King of France, and forward of his journey he is gone, God send us all good chance. I said the King of Scots to the King of France, well met, brother, too soon. Christ leave that I had taken my way unto the court of Roum. And so wold I, said the King of France, when I came over the stream, that I had taken my journey unto Jerusalem. Thus ends the Battle of Fair Durham, in one morning of May, the battles of Crecy and of Poitiers, all within 1 month's day. Then was weald and welfare in merry England, solaces, game, and glee, and every man loved other well, and the king loved good yeoman rye. But God that made the grass to grow, and leaves on greenwood tree, now save and keep our noble king, and maintain good yeoman rye. Footnotes, 1023 busked equals dressed. 1024 bound equals ready. 1025 stounda equals time. 1026 leave equals dear, pleasant. 1027 Hansel equals foretaste. 1028 anguish equals Angus. 1029 Hambleton equals Hamilton. 1030 bream equals fierce. 1031 busk equals addressed. 1032 bound equals ready. 1033 though equals those. 1034 ancients equals ensigns. 1035 May equals maiden. 127 The Battle of Audubon it fell about the Lammas tide when husbands 1036 win their hay, the doughty Douglas bound him to ride in England to take a prey. 2 He has chosen the Grahams, and the Lindsays light, and the gallant Gordons gay, and the Earl of Fife withouten strife, he's bound him over Solway. 3 They come in over Ottercap Hill, so down by Rodely Craga, upon Green Leighton they lighted down Styranda 1037 many a staggy. 4 And they have brent 1038 the Dales of Tyne, and harried Bamborough Shire, and the Otterdale they have brent at Hale 1039 and left it on fire. V then spake a burn 1040 upon the bent 1041, of comfort that was not cold, and said, we have brent Northumberland, we have all wealth in hold. 6 Now we have harried all Bamborough Shire, all the wealth in the world have we. I read 1042 We ride to Newcastle so still and stalworth lie. 7 Upon the morrow, when it was day, the standards shone full bright, to Newcastle they took the way, and thither they came full right. 8 To Newcastle when that they came, the Douglas cried on Hyght, Harry Percy, and thou bidest within, come to the field, and fight. 9 For we have brent Northumberland, thy heritage good and right, and sign my lodging I have ta'en, with my brand dubbed many a night. Sir Harry Percy came to the walls the Scottish host for to see, said, and thou hast brent Northumberland, full sore it rueth me. 11 If thou hast harried all Bamborough Shire, thou hast done me great envy, for this trace passé thou hast me done the tone 1043 of us shall die. 12 Where shall I bide thee, said the Douglas, or where wilt thou come to me? But gie ye up to Otterbourne, and wait there days 3. 13 The roe full rekills 1044 there she rins, to make the game and glee, the falcon and the pheasant both, to fend 1045 thy men and thee. 14 There mayst thou have thy wealth at will, well lodg thou there mayst be, it shall not be long ere I come thee till 1046, said Sir Harry Percy. 15 There shall I bide thee, said the Douglas, by the faith of my body. There shall I come, said Sir Harry Percy, my troth I plight to thee. 16 A pipe of wine over the wall, he gave them to their pay 1047, there he made the Douglas drinky, and all his host that day. 17 The Douglas turned him homeward again, and rode withouten stay, he pyght 1048 his standard at Otterbourne upon a Wednesday. 18 And syne he warned his men to go to choose their geldings grass, and he that had no man to send his own servant he was. 19 A Scottish knight hoved 1049 on the bent 1050 at watch, I dare well say, so was he ware of the noble Percy in the dawning of the day. XX he pryck'd to his pavilion 1051 door as fast as he might run, awaken, Douglas, cried the knight, for his sake that sits in throne. XX I awaken, Douglas, cried the knight, for thou mayst wake with win 1052. Yonder have I spied the proud Percy, and 7 standards with him. XXII Now by my troth, the Douglas said, it is but a feigned 1053 tale. He durst not look on my broad banner were all England in hail. XXII Was I not yesterday at Newcastle that stands so fair on Tyne? For all the men the Percy had he could not gar me to dine 1054. XXIV He stepped out at his pavilion door to look and it were lease 1055, array you, lordings, one and all. For here begins no peace. XXV The Earl of Menteith, thou art my 1056, the Vaward 1057 I give to thee, the Earl of Huntly, Conte 1058 and Keene, take him to go with thee. XXVI The Lord of Buchan, in armour bright, on the other side he shall be, Lord Johnstone and Lord Maxwell they two shall go with me. XXVII Swinton, fair fall upon your pride. To battle make you bound 1059. Sir Davy Scott, Sir Walter Stewart, Sir John of Agerstone. XXVIII. The Percy came before his host, he was ever a jaunty knight, upon the Douglas loud can he cry I will hold that I have hyght 1060. XXIX. For thou hast brand Northumberland, and done me great envy, for this trace passé thou hast me done the tone of us shall die. Triple X. The Douglas answered him again with great words upon high, and said, I have 20 against thy one, behold, and thou mayst see. XXXI. With that the Percy was grieved sore, forsooth as I you say, he lighted down upon his foot and scoot 1061 his horse away. XXXII. Every man saw that he did so, that Rial was ever in road 1062, every man scoot his horse him fro and lighted him round about. XXXII. Sir Harry Percy took the field even thus, as I you say, Jesus Christ in heaven on high did help him well that day. Thursive but 9000, there was no more the chronicle will not lane 1063 40,000 of Scots and for that day fought them again 1064. XXXV. But when the battle began to join, in haste there came a knight, and letters fair forth hath he ta'en, and thus he said full right, 30 My lord your father greets you well, with many a noble knight, he doth desire you now to bide, that he may see this fight. XXXVII. The Baron of Greystoke is out of the west with a noble company, all they lodge at your father's this night, and the battle fain would they see. 38th. For Jesus' love, said Sir Harry Percy, that died for you and me, went to my lord my father again, say thou saw me not with thee. 36. My troth is plight to yon Scottish knight, it needs me not to lane that I should bide him upon this bent, and I have his troth again. XL. And if that I went off this grow end 1065, forsooth, unfoughten away, he would call me but a coward knight in his land another day. XLI. Yet had I liefer be rend 1066 and rent, by Mary, that mickle May 1067, than ever my manhood be reproved with a Scot another day. XLII. Wherefore shoot, archers, for my sake, and let sharp arrows flee. Minstrels, play up for your warison 1068. And well quit it shall be. Slyeen every man think ye on his true love, and mark him to the Trinity, for unto God I make mine a vow this day will I not flee. XLIV. The bloody hurt in the Douglas arms his standard stood on high, that every man might full well know, by Sid stood stars 3. XLV. The white lion on the English part, forsooth as I you sayin, the Lucets 1069 and the Crescents both the Scot fought them again. XLVI. Upon St. Andrewy loud can they cry, and thrice they showed on hyght, sign marked them on our English men, as I have told you right. Slay I St. George the Bryght, Our Lady's Knyght, to name they were full fain, our English men they cried on hyght, and thrice they shot again. Slay 8th. With that sharp arrows began to flee, I tell you in certain, men of arms began to join, many a doughty man was slain. XLIX. The Percy and the Douglas met that either of other was fain, they swapped 1070 together while they sweat 1071 with swords of fine colleen 1072, until the blood from their basonets 1073 ran as the roke 1074 doth in the rain, yield thou to me, said the Douglas, or else thou shalt be slain. Lee, for I see by thy Bryght basonet thou art some man of Myght, and so I do by thy burnished brand, thou art an earl or else a Knyght. Lee, by my good faith, said the noble Percy, now hast thou read full Ryght, yet will I never yield me to thee, while I may stand an Fyght. Lii. They swapped together, while that they sweat, with swords sharp and long, each on other so fast they bet 1075, their helms came in pieces down. Live the Percy was a man of strength, I tell you in the stounda 1076, he smote the Douglas at the sword's length that he fell to the grounda. LV the Douglas called to his little foot page, and said, Run speedily, and fetch my and dear sister's son, Sir Hugh Montgomery. LVI my nephew good, the Douglas said, what recks the death of Anna? Last night I dreamed a dreary dream, and I ken the days thine. LVII my wound is deep, I am fain to sleep, take thou the vaward of me, and hide me by the bracken bush grows on yon lily lee. Laine he has lifted up that noble lord with the saw tears in his ee, he has hidden him in the bracken bush that his merry men might not see. Licks the standards stood still on eke side, with many a grievous groan they fought that day, and all the night, many a doughty man was slown. LX the morn was clear, the day drew nigh, yet stiffly in stower 1077 they stood, echoing hewing another while they might dree, till I ran down the blood. LXI the Percy and Montgomery met that either of other was fain, they swapped swords, and they two met till the blood ran down between. LXII now yield thee, Percy, he said, or I vow I'll lay thee low. To whom shall I yield, said Earl Percy, now I see it maun be so. Lziath thou shalt not yield to lord nor loun, nor yet shalt thou to me, but yield thee to the bracken bush grows on yon lily lee. LXIV I win a yield to a bracken bush, yet I will to a brier 1000.